preservation and protection on that. I'll be over there for about 2 days, probably tomorrow and Wednesday. Although Thursday, I'm going up to Salt Lake to the Utah Tribal Summit meeting. So that'll be my schedule for this weekend. That'll be my announcement. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I didn't know that there was I guess a Utah Tribal Summit. Did we get something in the email?
I can forward that to you. I don't think they contact you guys with it.
Okay, Utah Tribal Summit is important. And I think Mr. Stant can agree that we do really need to be talking to the leadership in Colorado and Utah for our water rights, the Northeast water rights.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're the ones, those two areas need to give us consensus before we keep moving in Congress. So if you have an opportunity, please say that we need support for the Northeast Arizona. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Toll.
Chair, members, I think this meeting that we're gonna have at 3 o'clock should be on the agenda.
Okay.
So this moment's just a budget understanding. So we have already a meeting at 3 o'clock. So that can be added on. And that's some stuff in. Okay? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Utah, for those announcements. Yeah, those are good to know. We go on to, item number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Do you have anyone, members? Do you have anyone you would like to recognize as a guest or visiting official? Go ahead.
I think I'd like to, announce that we have been visitors veterans organization, Henry and his wife. We very appreciate your happy. So, to welcome to our meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you for all the veterans organizations and members that are in the audience. Thank you for being here today. We're gonna go ahead and move on to number 3, review and adopt the agenda, and if Ms. Finale could review the agenda for us this morning.
So, good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health Education and Services Committee. You have your proposed agenda for the Health Education and Human Services Committee 25th Foundation Council Special Budget Meeting, July 28, 2025, 9 a.m. Presiding, the Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson, the Honorable Mary Simonson, Vice Chairperson, places the Budget and Finance Conference Room via telecommunications in Foundation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, rotation announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 5, reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, it's new business. 8, legislation number 0175-25, an action relating to the Health Education and Human Services Committee and Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navigation Department of Veterans Administration and related matters to be included in the Navigation's FY 2026 comprehensive budget. The sponsor is Vince R. James, and co-sponsors are Delegate Helena Nez Gay, and also Delegate George Toad and Delegate Courtesy Toad. And also, we would be recognizing the OMB staff for the OMB report and analysis for the NBA prior to the addressing the legislation itself. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment, meeting and travel dates are listed on the agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Finale. And we are going to go ahead and adopt the agenda here. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Okay, motion, Mr. Toll, second, they'll get Lehman as you get. And are we going to, recommend any minutes? Asha, that'll be like, is it good as it is?
I'd like to question the veterans also, and probably mixing them in with the budget,
Okay.
so. To do with that.
Oh, okay, I'll just show you as we get to the legislation. Okay, but
So I can ask the attorney, can I do it here or at here too?
If we can do it here, I think that would be good. Ready to do amendments.
okay. So we'll go ahead, if there's no amendments to the agenda, if we could go ahead and get, oh, go ahead, Mr.
I'd like to invite Wayne Claw from Meadowland Nursing Home Thursday on budget with Department of Child and Family.
Would be not at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean.
We're talking
We can do that.
on Thursday.
3 o'clock, see you, yeah, got it.
There's, to date,
Yeah.
you wanna, okay, well, let's wait till we, get on that agenda, so because that'll be till 3. Is he around locally somewhere, or do you need the time to?
He wanted to come in here this morning, but he's kind of running late, so it's at 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock, we can entertain that, adding him to the agenda for, a report or whatever it is he needs to do. Oh, so we'll do till 3 goes, but for this one, the agenda states as, what it sounds like as is, we don't have any, not gonna make any amendments, so let's go ahead and go to vote, Mr. Long.
Corina Nestle, how do you vote? Green. Corina Nestle votes green.
Chair, point of order.
Okay, point of order, Mr.
There's a motion, that's this is the agenda, right?
Oh.
Or it's confused, oh, go ahead. Thought we're approving the legislation, so.
Got it. We're still approving the agenda, okay.
Um,
Honorable Vincent James is excused. Honorable Bob Chanting is excused. Honorable Jermaine Simon is abstaining. Honorable George Todd, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable George Todd votes green. Honorable Curtis Emeka.
Great.
Honorable Curtis Emeka votes green. Madam Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 2 excused, and 1 not voting, which is you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go ahead and so there we have an agenda before us. And we go into number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are no journals, there's none, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next, number 5, reports. And there are none at this time. 6, old business, there are none, there's none at this time. Number 7, new business. And we have a legislation here before us, so if we could go ahead and get that legislation read into record, Sean.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair and members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. We have your legislation and 0175-25. Now, proposed standing committee resolution 24th nomination council for the year 2025, and it's by Delegate Vincent James as the sponsor. Those sponsors are Delegate William Gay, Delegate Kim Cho, and Delegate Chris Santos. It's an action relating to the Health Education Human Services Committee and Budget and Finance Committee recommending an approval of fiscal year 2026 budget for the now formation of the Veterans Administration and related management and applications at the 2026 comprehensive budget. And the legislation has moved on to the Budget and Finance Committee. The legislation has its exhibit A, which is the by the executive branch and division of now Huntington Veterans Administration, and it indicates the funds type rates. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary for the, Veterans Administration as well. Also, exhibit C is the, recommended changes to the general fund budget, and there's nothing included. Then you have also have exhibit D, recommended, conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, there's none indicated. You have your exhibit E, recommended, unmet needs budget. And it does indicate, particular, changes, for business unit 10, 30, 15, and also another, 9. Here. Okay, all of them are, regarding the business unit number of 10, 30, 15, except the last one is 20, 10, 30, 16. And it's, in a total amount of, 5,668,364 Exhibit B, or exhibit F, is the external funds anticipated, and there's none. You have your transfer letter attached from the office of resident council, sponsor. And the legislation has, completed a 5-day comment period, which was posted on July 15th, 2025, and the 5-day comment period ended July 21st, 2025. Comments, none were receiving, comments proposing, none were receiving, policy recommendations. 3 were, 3, 1 by Kirk, Sandoval, the other second one is the organization code, and the third is working on time. And all of their comments are attached to the resolution. Which were received some of the necessary factors. Also, on, July 25th, there were 2, additional comments and recommendations received. One by the National Veterans Agency Veterans Organization, and the second one is, Sarah. And you have your National Agency Veterans Organization, resolution, B and A. That's Leo, that was at some time. And you know, it's the Sarah's, comments made by. Yeah, it's significant. She went on, July 22nd, and the other one's on July 24th, that was received. Yeah, it's the same numbers. Alright, and there was that, there was an additional comment, regarding the resolution of EMA-BO. That's one that we provide that was submitted to the legislative practice, and it's been, a copy has been made. And it's in additional comments and analysis regarding their resolution. Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Canoli, for that overview. Let me go ahead and ask, request for a motion. Motion by Mr. Unito, do I have a second? Mr. Toll, please, our second. And so, sponsor of legislation, Delegate Exchange is here with us, and then we also have Ms. Dawkins Baldwin and her staff as well as only here to present their budget to us. And I believe the first James wants to open up the discussion, and I know we also take the one we recorded, so they can buy the shop on the Veterans Administration and responsible.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Delegate Simonson. And so with that, I'd like to give some time over to OMB, but in regards to what veterans, Ms. Teller and OMB went over on Friday. Numbers were correct, but I understand that Office of President, Vice President just now brought over a different budget. brought over a different budget again, and the numbers are not correct on that one, so. OMB is reviewing it, and possibly committee members, OMB might need some time. We were just discussing that. I don't know why President's office has now brought over a different, budget. That just now happened, I guess, right before I walked in. So, but other than that, what has been prepared, by OMB on this past Friday, all the numbers are correct, but whatever binder that they received from OPVP is different at the moment. So with that, just an FYI, I'll give some time over to OMB.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Health and Human Services Committee, and also Mr. Delegate James and Department of Veterans Administration. My name is Tanya Sosi. I'm a senior budget analyst with Office of Management and Budget. Asking Michelle touching Mrs. Cheney to not let me. And joining me is also Ms. Janet McCann. She will also be doing the overview this morning. So in the overview report, there's a table of contents. We have your tabs A through B. A being the budget summary, fund type. Under the Nomination of Veterans Administration, there's a total of 13 business units. The first three are the general funds. And for FY 25, there was a total amount of $2,013,524. The proposed amount is $4,246,097. And the next set of business units that start with the sevens are the, for FY 25, the proposed amount was $5,792,794. And the fiduciary fund is $8,101,258. Going down to the next business unit, it starts with a 9. That's for FY 25, it was 14,000. And it's listed under the proprietary fund, which is 8,000 for FY 26. And then going down to the last business unit with the in account. For FY 25, amount was $4,849,001. And for FY 26, it's under the fiduciary fund, which is $5,710,980. So the grand total for FY 25 is $12,670,418. For FY 26, the general fund, the total amount is $4,246,097. For the proprietary fund is 8,000, excuse me. With the fiduciary fund, the total amount is $13,821,238. So it gives a grand total of $18,075,335. Going to tab B is the FY 25, the budget status report, and this is as of May 31st, 2025. For the first set of business units, the original budget amount, and this is a continuing resolution, is $1,001,500. The revised budget amount is $2,171,830.83. The actuals is $885,460.64. The encumbrance amount is $23,008.76. There's a budget available of $1,263,361.43. And it is an expenditure rate of 41.83%. Going down to the next set of business units, the original budget amount is $5,793,794. The revised amount is $5,793,794. Actuals is $5,551,174.20. The encumbrance is $36,128.05. And gives a budget available amount of $206,491.75, and this gives them an overall expenditure rate of 96.44%. Going down to the last two business units, the original budget the overall is $10,549,254. The revised budget amount is $39,337,273.07. The actual is $10,479,015.47. The encumbrance amount is $7,150,220.52. So these are overall budget available of $21,708,037.08. And their overall expenditure rate is 44.82%.
Okay, moving on to tab C, the first and second quarter performance assessment report for the FY 25 second. Or let's see. Second or first quarter, average score for the 12 business units is 0.00, which is no report that was submitted for that first quarter. Going on to the second quarter, again, 12 business units, and the second quarter average score is 3.33, which is 75 to 99% acceptable. And moving on to tab D, the plans of operation status report. We have 12 business units. The plan of operation date adopted in 2020. And below is the statutory reference to the plan of operation. Moving on to tab E, the conditions of appropriations and legislative concern report. There is one legislative concern for all branches, divisions, departments, and programs that shall provide a report at the end of every quarter, beginning with the third quarter, the number of employees that receive step increases, bonuses, and the number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how the GWA funding was allocated and how the funding was spent. And if there is any employees that did not receive compensation for increases as a result of the program being deficient in performance evaluations. In the third column, you see the business units that all responded to this legislative concern, which has a due date of the third quarter. And again, these are the programs that responded, and its status is ongoing. Moving on to the legislative concerns for the Navajo Veterans Administration. They have three. One, for the Veterans Assistance, shall present an oral and written report to the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the FY 2025 third quarter with the proposed amendments to the Veterans Assistance Plan of Operation. The business units include
One 10/30/16, 10/30/17, 10/30/18, 10/30/19, 10/30/20. Again, the due date is the third quarter, and there was no response, and the status is ongoing. Moving on to the second legislative concern for the Veterans Trust Fund Program. Again, they shall report an oral and written report to the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the FY 2025 third quarter with the proposed amendments to the Veterans Trust Fund operation. The business units include the 7/31/25, 7/31/26, 7/30/21, excuse me, 7/30/31/27, 7/31/28, 7/31/29. Again, the third quarter to date, no response, and status is ongoing. Moving on to the last legislative concern, and this is for the Veterans Trust Fund Housing Program. Again, they shall present an oral and written report to the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of the FY 2025 third quarter with the proposed amendments to the Veterans Trust Funding Housing Plan of Operation. That is for the business unit N01504. Due date again is third quarter, no response, and the status is going. That concludes the OMB report for Project Terra. It was.
Okay, thank you for that. I will go ahead and give it back to the sponsor. But I am, I guess, I would like to see or get clarification and understand. So I understand there's a new budget that has been proposed by the Office of President, Vice President. How does that? One, I'm wondering if you, the committee members, take a look at those numbers and consider amendments, because that was, it wasn't a part of the original legislation that went through the 5-day comment period, so none of the committee members have been able to review it, so I just want some clarification on that, on how we proceed with this new development. Mr. Henry.
Thank you. So in terms of, this is unique, and so I would like to reach out to other attorneys in the Office of the Council and see what their advice is in regards to this. So I'm waiting for their response in the moment, and but at the same time, it also affects the exhibits and like the conservation, so I've been working on that just in case we need that. I was gonna, but I definitely see that in terms of the committee having time to familiarize themselves with the appropriate step, they guys like that. And so I was hoping very soon, get some responses. The attorneys, section those who go to the question and what their advice is. Have a good from the office. President, vice president, and I have this exact one that they're asking this session.
Go ahead, Mr. Schultz.
Chair members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go by health feet. We're disappointed. Administration. They've been doing this for a long time, we shouldn't have these problems. Where it's our administration. When are you gonna work? If you're acting. Come on. I'm serious. I'm disappointed. And you've been pressured by government finance. Was I in favor of either been done so long? the official. Go back this to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Toll. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back over to the sponsor of legislation here. For additional comments, where, as we're waiting for a response here. How. I guess I'm trying to understand what is this, new budget that came in this morning, what does it do? And what does it do to this current budget? What is the difference? Sponsor as well as, Ms. Baldwin.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and give it to you, Director Baldwin, and then from there I'll give it to OMB to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the budget, I believe what we're waiting on is the new signed document with the same numbers and rearranging the numbers on the exhibits. And I don't appreciate the comment. Delegate Cole.
So with that, we'll go ahead and go to OMB to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Budget, Health and Human Services Committee. After a meeting on Thursday, we met with veterans and we went over the budgets. I had explained to them that any vacancies that they needed to budget it at 1,044 hours. So we worked on that, and then the field positions to be at 2,088 hours. And so therefore, they had to revise their budgets and get it back to OMB so we can review it one more time before today's budget meeting. And then also updating their unmet need budget and also updating all the exhibits accordingly to their budgets that needed to be amended.
Thank you. And so there isn't anything new. There just had to be adjustments made and they are already made and they're already reflected in these budget exhibits.
No. So the changes that needed to be made, the amendments that needed to be made to the budgets, I have not received them. And they're not reflecting what's in here, what you received this morning.
Can someone, please tell me where that breakdown in communication is, because I know that, you know, the two groups are supposed to be working together. We, went ahead and moved it on to this week from last week, so I'm thinking that there should have been, enough opportunity and time. Ms. Baldwin, can you please, help us understand what's happening here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the budget, we made the adjustments and made the corrections to the documents. My team was able to get that done after their meeting with OMB. The documents are currently sitting with the chief of staff to sign off on those, and that's what we're waiting on those copies to come over right now, along with the original.
Okay.
So, so this one here, committee members, this budget is what was put together between Veterans Administration and OMB. This was Thursday. So this is what they put together. Now, the part that OPVP is coming in is with different numbers. All they had to do, OPVP had to do was sign the document. So he did, it was transferred to this. And OPVP had to sign, all they had to do was to sign it. But when they received this one that they put together, OPVP over here decided to make changes to it. And there's some changes in regards to unmet needs budget. And then, that's what they're trying to figure out for the differences of the changes that they made. Because the numbers are not the same. So this one, what they brought over now has a signature on it, but it's not corresponding to what they put together. And that's where they need to figure out where the differences. So the binders would have to be redone. Or OPVP has to just accept what is in the binder that they received and just sign it with no changes. That's the only way, and then if OPVP could just sign it the way the binder's done. And then if they could just come over and tell us where the changes would be made, then we can make the amendments compared to what they want. That way, all the numbers are the same between OMB and the department, but right now. OPVP, what they signed off on is not corresponding to the binder. That was put together. So that's where the difference is.
With Demetrius sentences here, am I reading? Who is here from OPD?
Sure.
No, hold on, sir. Is someone here from OPD? Can we get, Mr., so it's specifically the Mr. Beecher that needs. Can we get hold of Mr. Beecher?
All of them?
Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Chair, again. Just like I said, disappointed of what's going down here. Down here, George comes down now. That's the question, that's probably, if not some stuff. I hope all harm and chat, so we should have all things together today. So focus should not be in the quote. Yeah. Can't stand the heat. It's outdoor, can't go out. So. If you could go another seat, Chair, I had to reset for a while to put that. Plan together the budget, Chair.
How about you, Mr. Cole? Mr. Stan, we could maybe go back to Ben. We absolutely need Mr. Beecher's signature?
I unfortunately don't have that knowledge, to me, so I'm hoping that either the chief council or there's been always the advisor for the council, the finance committee, or back to me either, but I have. I try to call it to speak.
We get them on the line instead.
Yeah.
So committee members, if I'm gonna go ahead and take a recess. Recess it as we need, let's take how much time do we need? 15, 20 minute recess to get this situated. If we absolutely find out that we don't need a signature, I think we can go ahead and proceed with your vote. So let's go ahead into recess while we get that legal opinion, the chair. Do you have any other comments to make?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And so. I'm trying to figure out what would be the way we can move forward, but. If we can have the document from OMB that is corresponding to the BIM booklet. And let's move forward with that one, because if it's corresponding with the BIM booklet, then we wouldn't need the signature from OPVP. Because it's corresponding to what they already agreed on as a 3-branch government. But I will leave that up to OMB, because this is our legislation. This is ours as HESI. And we can move in that fashion as well, just as long as it's corresponding to the bin booklet, we wouldn't need their signature. Because practically what I'm saying is their signature is already part of the three branch agreement, which is in the bin booklet. And if we're corresponding to that, that would be very helpful for us just to move forward. But again, that still would need to go back to O and B to make sure that their numbers are correct and that the numbers are actually corresponding to the bin booklet. And then we can move forward in that fashion. That would be the route that I would recommend as a sponsor and as a chair of HESI. And I consulted the director to volunteer, but if you guys want confirmation from her, that's fine as well. That way we wouldn't need the signature from OPVP. And we'll just toss that to the side. That's all.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Canal.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. I just have a clarification with Owens. And what is there a base budget that was for the Veterans Administration program? There's a base budget that is provided because they said it was not listed in the OPVP budget. Thank you.
Okay, there is a question for Olivia. And
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Health and Resources Committee. There is a base budget amount allocated for the Veterans Administration for business unit 103015 from Office of President and Vice President. The only business units that didn't get a base allocation was the agency offices. And those were the business units. And 3016 to 103020. So in the BIM, the allocated amount, was set aside the $3 million. And that 3 million was divided among the 5 agencies for business units, 103016 to 103024. And from my meeting on Thursday with veterans, I was told that those budgets were revised. And I just received those from Office of the President and Vice President a few minutes ago.
I'm gonna go ahead and go into recess for 15 minutes. Until we figure this out. So let's go ahead and go into recess. How do you have that? Yes, okay. Recess for 15 minutes, please, Mr. Nolan.
She doesn't know how.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Yes.
Sometimes.
But yeah, I'll grab those. We'll grab.
Yeah, this is that's made it so easy. Yes, that was time to come. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Then Thursday, it's like whatever we do. Maybe we didn't. It's gonna have to have that in. They should have been heard trying to figure that out. But we know that question. Okay. Discussion, quick, what we have. Denali, go ahead and turn it on, we'll call the meeting back to order. Okay, we need Miss Helena Nesbitt back, well, we have a forum. Okay, uh. As committee members as well as Veterans Administration, we're going to have to do some work and, this is, we're gonna have to do some work. So we're going to go ahead and recess to 11:15, so we can get all the proper documents. So recess to 11:15.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, Chair James.
James.
Yeah.
Where's the?
Okay. We're gonna start here. Welcome back as members, and we are done, with our recess. We said we would come back at 11:15, and I think we've done, made the changes, so we'll go ahead and go back into session. I'll go ahead and, while we're waiting for our, sponsor and chair delegate James, we'll go ahead and I'll give a moment to Mr. Toll. Delegate Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I just, there's some things, listening, call about. Can you explain to them that it's doesn't have to go through why these come, just some minor verbal statements. You can understand. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Toll, and just to help the veterans out there that are listening, to help you understand. So as you know, the BIM comes out around April. And the BIM gives instructions to all the departments as to what their the projected amounts, the base allocations, and how each division is to help. There's some guidance in there to help the budgeting. And I know one of the more important ones was the personnel, and that those that are currently working, we need to ensure that they continue to work full time, that they're not going to be reduced in hours or they won't lose jobs. So there's instruction clearly, and I believe there was also a memo from OPDP to instruct the directors that they have to be budgeted at 2088. And then the other piece of instruction I understand was that if there are vacant positions, but you haven't listed, that they should be budgeted at 1044. So those instructions were very clear, and so they'll get told as we hand it back over to the Veterans Administration as well as delegate teams. We will have them give a brief overview of the changes that were made. So it's not, so it just seems, like the changes were just made according to the BIM, what was instructed from BIM. So that there wasn't, it sounded really kind of drastic from the get-go, like whole numbers were changed or something like that. But they're not, so I'll give that time, to Ms. Baldwin. And if you could give just a brief overview of the changes that you're speaking to. But let me go ahead and wait on Mr. Chair James to come back in, so that we could go ahead and give him the time, and then we'll make that request time as well. So please, again, just the communication, help our veterans out there that are listening understand what took place. And that there's not a need for the 5-day comment period. And maybe MacArthur, do you want to speak on that just a little bit from the legal perspective while we're waiting for Chair James? And so you can help folks understand that why it doesn't need to go through the 5-day comment period.
So in regards to the reason why it's providing a comment period is because what we're doing here is the original information over time has been modified or changed for various reasons. And because these are modification and amendments, if they don't provide a comment period, we've done it in good faith on that original legislation, and because it was done with good faith, as things change and get modified, as being reflected in the legislation. So with these amendments, those adjustments will be made and move forward on as it goes through the whole process. So HESI is the oversight committee for our Veterans Administration as such, one of several committees that this legislation will go through. And so as the first oversight, these are being amended by the committee forward to like the finance committee So as such.
Mr. Toll,
That's what we need to do is focus on what any changes that I make to the budget. So we have a better understanding of this. We have to make an amendment on the what was properly. Because there was some changes. that I made, so-
All we're doing
And
is
it's
just not the detail, because the detail on.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and, since Chair James is here, Chair James, delegate told requested that, the administration just provide a brief overview of the changes that happened, and the concern for him is that there's veterans listening out there, and, that we are proceeding without a 5-day comment period, but, I just said that, Executive Director Olin, if she could provide that brief overview of what just occurred. And if we could just ask for that before we begin.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and then members of the Health Education and Human Service Committee. I know we did recess when we were still doing OMB's questions and comments to them. So maybe we can go back to OMB. If you guys don't have any questions for them, if not, if you can give us a forward back to provide our 20 minutes on report. So that's where we're caught up net with OMB questions that we're going to OMB. But if we're done with OMB, then we can come back and start the 20 minutes.
Okay, you want to go back to OMB, is that what you're saying, Mr. Toll?
Yes.
Okay, so we did hear OMB's report, and you have questions with regard to. OMB, you had finished up with your report, or are you done? Your report? Okay, I'll go shoot. So now I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Chair James for your 20 minutes.
All right, yeah, thank you. Kodo and Hanako, Gedo OMB, thank you for providing those numbers, and then we did take a recess to switch out some of those documents. And based on switching out those documents, ADD legislation, this only ADD sheet Kodo which is on the legislation, you have Exhibit A, Exhibit B, C, D, and then E and F. And so that's the budget that we will be reporting to you guys. Just those forms, because those forms are the ones that are pertaining to the amendments that we would be requesting. But I believe our committee attorney has already shared that with you guys in regards to what will be amended, which is pertaining to what's within the legislation only at this point. But for thorough detailed information, I will give the floor over to Director Baldwin, and she'll go through all the other documents, which is pertaining to business unit numbers 103015, 103016, 103017, 103018, 103019, 103020. And then also business units number 703125, 703126, 703127, 703128, 703129, 903002, and then NO 1504, which is the Veterans Trust Fund. I'll give some time over to Director Baldwin to go over that information with you guys, which is in the binder that was provided to you guys. That way you guys have updated detailed information, but like I said, the amendment's only going to be pertaining to the forms that is within the actual legislation. So with that, I'd like to give some time over to Director Baldwin, and then also her staff, her team, going over those budgets that are in the binders with you guys. So put on Nick, Director Baldwin.
According to the budget for the fiscal year 2026, business unit number 103015. Program title, Navigation Veterans Administration, Division of Branch. OPVP, Veterans Administration, prepared by Elvira Teller, phone number 928-674-2224. Email address ateller@navajo-nsn.gov. Part 2, funding sources. General fund, fiscal term FY 2026, amount $1,246,097, percent of total 100. Part 3, budget summary. Fund type code, nomination, NNC approved original budget, proposed budget, and difference or total. Line item 2001 personnel expense, fund type code 1, approved budget, $1,383,494. Proposed budget, $1,212,315, difference, negative $171,179. 3,000 line item, travel expense, fund type 1, proposed, original budget, $144,127, proposed budget, $0, difference, negative $144,127. Line item 3,500, meeting expense, fund type 1. Original budget 10,000, proposed budget 0, difference or total negative 10,000. Line item 4,000, supplies, fund type 1. Original budget $99,534, proposed budget $27,741, difference negative $71,793. 5,000 lease and rental, fund type 1. Original budget 29,000, proposed budget 0, difference negative 29,000. 5,500 communications and utilities line item, fund type 1. Approved original budget 60,000, proposed budget 0, difference negative 60,000. Line item 6,000 repairs and maintenance, fund type 1. Original budget 97,000, proposed budget 0, difference negative $97,387. 6,500 contractual services line item, fund type 1. Original budget 5,000, proposed budget 0, difference negative 5,000. 7,000 special transaction line item, fund type 1. Original budget $15,462, proposed budget $6,041, difference negative $9,421. 8,000 public assistance 0, 0, 0, 0. 9,000 capital outlay, original budget 5,000, proposed budget 0, difference negative 5,000. 9,500 matching funds 0, 0, 0, 0. 9,500 indirect costs 0, 0, 0, 0. Total original budget $1,849,004. Proposed budget $1,246,097. Difference negative $602,907. Part 4, positions and vehicles, number of positions budgeted for. Column D 28, column E 28, number of total vehicles purchased, number of total. Column D 8, column E 8. Submitted by Bobby Ann Walden, approved by Chief Feature, Chief of Staff.
Business unit, 103016. Whole amount 600,000, for Veterans Trust Fund, FY 2025. General fund, sorry. So, professional expense is 000. 3,000 travel expense 000. 3,500 meeting expense 000. 400 supplies 000. 5,000 lease and rental 000. 5,500 communication and utilities 000. 6,000 repairs and maintenance 000. 6,500 contractual service, fund type 1. Original approval 19,904, proposed budget 200,000. That's a plus of $180,096. 7,000 special transaction 000. 8,000 public assistant, fund type 1. Approved budget 13,000, proposed budget 400,000, a plus of
thousand. 9,000 capital outlay, 9,500 matching funds, 9,500 indirect costs, 0. Original budget, $32,904, proposed budget, $600,000, a plus of $567,096. Position budget, 0. Vehicle budget, 0. Submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin and approved by Chris Beecher.
Moving on to account number 103017, general funds. Program title Nomination Veterans Administration, Eastern Agency, Division or Branch, OPVP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email address bbaldwin@navajo-innocent.gov. Part 2, funding sources, Veterans Trust, Veterans General Funds, fiscal year term, this fiscal year amount is 600,000, percentage of total 100. Part 3, budget summary, 2001 line item, personnel expense, 0. 3,000 travel expense, 0. Meeting expense, 0. Supplies, 0. 5,000 line item, lease and rentals, 0. 5,500 communications and utilities, 0. 6,000 repairs and maintenance, 0. 6,500 contractual services, fund type 1. Approved original budget, 19,904, proposed budget, 200,000, difference, positive $180,096. Line item 7,000, special transaction, 0. 8,000 public assistance, fund type 1, original budget 13,000, proposed budget 400,000, positive $387,000. Next line item 9,000 capital outlay, 0. 9,500 matching funds, 0. 9,500 indirect costs, 0. Approved original budget 32,904, proposed budget 600,000, difference is positive $567,096. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, column D 0, column E 0, total number of vehicles budgeted, column D 0, column E 0. Part 5, submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin, approved by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff.
FY 2025 program budget summary, business unit 103018, program title, Medical Nation Veterans Administration for Defense Agency, Division and Branch, OPVP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-877, email address bbaldwin@navajo-innocent.gov. Part 2, findings source, Veterans General Fund. Physical term, October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. Amount is 600,000. Total percentage of amount 100%. Part 2, budget summary. 2001 personal expense, 0. 3,000 travel expense, 0. 3,500 meeting expense, 0. 4,000 supplies, 0. 5,000 lease and rental, 0. 5,500 communication and utilities, 0. 6,000 repairs and maintenance, 0. 5,500 contractual service, fund type 1. Original budget 19,904, proposed budget 200,000, a plus $180,096, 7,000 special transactions, 0. 8,000 public assistance, fund type 1, original budget 13,000, proposed budget 400,000, difference or total 387,000. 9,000 capital outlay, 0. 9,500 matching funds, 0. 9,500 indirect costs, 0. Original total budget $32,904. Proposed budget $600,000. This is difference for total $567,096. Part 5, positions of vehicles, total of position budget D0, E0, Total of vehicle budgets D0E0. Part 5, submitted by Bobby M. Baldwin and approved by Christine Chair, Chief of Staff. This is what's explaining the.
Business Unit number 103019, Program Title Nomination Veterans Administration Northern Agency Division or Branch or PVP, prepared by Bobby and Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email bbaldwin@navajo-nsn.gov, Part 3 funding source, the Veterans General Funds, fiscal year term, fiscal year 2026, amount 600,000, percent of total 100%, Part 3 budget summary, 2001 personnel expenses 0,000, 3,000 travel expenses 0,000, 3,500 meeting expense 0,000, 4,000 supplies 0,000, 5,000 lease and rental 0,000, 5,500 communications and utilities 0,000, 6,000 repairs and maintenance 0,000. 6,500 contractual services, fund type 1, original budget $19,904, proposed budget $200,000, difference is $180,096. 7,000 special transaction 0,000, 8,000 public assistance, fund type 1, approved original budget 13,000, proposed budget 400,000, difference 387,000. Line item 9,000, capital outlay 0,000, matching 9,500, matching funds 0,000, 9,500, indirect costs 0,000. Total approved original budget 32,904. Proposed budget 600,000, difference $567,096. Part 4, positions and vehicles, number of positions budgeted, column D0, column E0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, column D0, column E0. Submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin, approved by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff.
Program budget summary, business unit 103020, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Western Agency, Division and Branch for PVP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email bbaldwin@navajo-nsn.gov. Part 2, funding source, Veterans General Fund, fiscal year October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026, amount 600,000, percentage of total 100%, part 2, budget summary, 2001 personal expense 0,000, 3,000 travel expense 0,000, 3,500 leading expense 0,000, 4,000 supplies, fund type 1, original approved budget 0, proposed budget 175,000, difference 175,000. 5,000 supplies and rental, fund type 1, original budget 0, proposed budget 25,000, difference 25,000. 5,500 communication and utilities 0,000, 6,000 repairs and maintenance 0,000, 6,500 contractual service, fund type 1, original budget 19,904, proposed budget 100,000, difference $8,096. 7,000 special transaction, fund type 1, original budget is 0, proposed budget 100,000, difference 100,000, 8,000 public assistant type 1, original budget 13,000, proposed budget 200,000, difference 187,000. 9,000 capital outlay 0,000, 9,500 matching fund 0,000, 9,500 indirect cost 0,000. Total of original budget $32,904, proposed budget 600,000, difference $567,096. Part 4, positions and vehicles, total budget D0E0, total of vehicle budget D0E0. Part 5, submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin, Executive Director, approved by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff.
Business unit number 703125, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Fort Defiance Agency, Veterans Trust Funds. Division or branch OPVP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email address bbaldwin@navajo-nsn.gov. Part 2, funding sources, veteran trust funds, physical term, fiscal year 2026, amount $1,631,131. Percentage of total 100, part 3, budget summary, fund type code, approved original budget, proposed budget, difference or total. 2001 personnel expenses, 3,000 travel expenses, 0,000. Meeting expense, fund type code 7, approved original budget, 93,600, proposed budget, 124,800, difference, 31,200. Line item 4,000 supplies, 0,000. 5,000 lease or and rental, 0,000. 5,500 communications and utilities, 0,000. 6,000 repairs and maintenance, 0,000. 6,500 contractual services, 0,000. 7,000 special transactions, fund type 7, approved original budget 50,000, proposed budget 0, difference negative 50,000. 8,000 public assistance, fund type 7, approved original budget $1,306,013. Proposed budget $1,506,331. Difference $200,318. 9,000 capital outlay 0,000. Matching funds 0,000. Indirect cost 0,000. Total approved original budget $1,449,613. Proposed budget $1,631,131. Difference $181,518. Part 4, positions and vehicles, total number of positions budgeted, column D 0, column E 0, total number of vehicles budget, column D 0, column E 0. Part 5, submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin, approved by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff.
Program budget summary, business unit 73126, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Western Agency Veterans Trust Fund, Division Branch OPVP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email address bbaldwin@navajo-nation.gov, part 2, funding source, Veterans Trust Fund, fiscal year FY 2026, amount $1,602,954, percentage of total 100%. Part 3, budget summary, 2001 personal expense 0,000, 3,000 private expense 0,000.
Much more time.
Yeah, hold on, I think that our 3 minutes went off, we got, your 20 minutes is over, how much?
5 more minutes, Vice Chair, committee members?
5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, is that good? 5 minutes, additional, okay, 5 more minutes, Karen, another 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, 3,500 meeting expense, type 7, 86,400, original budget, proposed budget 86,400, difference 0, 4,000 supplies 0,000, 5,000 lease and rentals 0,000, communication and utilities 0,000, repairs and maintenance 0,000, contractual service 0,000, special transaction 0,000, public assistant 8,000, fund type is 7, original budget $1,506,554, proposed budget $1,560,554, difference 0, capital outlay 0,000, matching fund 0,000, indirect cost 0,000, original budget $1,602,954, proposed budget $1,602,954, difference 0. Part 4, positions and vehicles, total of position budget D0 E0, total of vehicle budget D0 E0. Part 5, submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin, Executive Director, approved by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff.
Business unit number 703-127, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Eastern Agency, Division or Branch, OPDP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email bbaldwin@navajo-nation.gov, part 2, Veterans Trust Fund, fiscal term, fiscal year 2026, amount $1,136,469. Percentage of total 109, part 3, budget summary, fund type code Nomination approved original budget, proposed budget, difference or total 2,001 personnel expense 000, 3,000 travel expense 000, 3,500 meeting expense fund type 7, approved original budget $111,600. Proposed budget $148,800, difference or total 37,200, 4,000 supplies 000, 5,000 lease and rental with 000. 5,500 communication and utilities 000, 6,000 repairs and maintenance 000, 6,500 contractual services fund type 7. Approved original budget 50,000, proposed budget 0. Difference negative 50,000, 7,000 special transaction 000. 8,000 public assistance fund type 7. Proposed for the original budget 1,016,585. Proposed budget 987,669, difference negative 28,916. Line item 9,000 capital outlay 000, 9,500 matching funds 000, 9,500 indirect costs 000. Total approved original budget $1,178,185. Proposed budget $1,136,469, difference negative 41,716. Part 4, position for vehicles, number of positions budgeted for, column D 0, column E 0, number of vehicles budgeted for, column D 0, column E 0. Part 5, submitted by Bobby Ann Baldwin, approved by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff.
Program budget summary, budget unit 731.28, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Northern Agency Veterans Trust Fund, Division of Branch OPVP, prepared by Bobby Ann Baldwin, phone number 928-871-7307, email bbaldwin@navajo-innocent.gov. R2 funding source, Veterans Trust Fund, fiscal year FY 2026 amount $2,382,515, percentage of total 1,000, part 2 summary. Budget summary, 2001 personal expense 000, 3,000 travel expense 000, meeting expense type 7, approved original budget 68,400, proposed budget 91,200, difference 22,800. 4,000 supplies 000, 5,000 lease and rental 000, communication and utility 000, repairs and maintenance 000, contractual service 000. Special transaction type 7, fund 5,000, original budget, proposed budget 0, difference negative 50,000, public assistant, fund type 7, original budget 1,132,298, proposed budget 2,291,315, difference $1,159,017. Capital outlay 000, matching fund 000, indirect cost 000, original budget $1,250,698, proposed budget $2,382,515, difference of $1,131,817. Part 4, positions in vehicles, total of position, column B 0, column E 0, total of vehicle budget D 0, E 0.
Time. Time again. We will go ahead and, you requested this for 5 minutes, so I'm gonna go ahead and, insert any questions at this point.
Motion second.
Question, okay. Committee members. Do we have questions? Open the floor for question. Okay, we have first, Dr. Andy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Committee members and giving us data. So I just need some clarity. So in your, as the legislation drops, we have to identify this was an exhibit E. The binder provided to us does not reflect the same exhibit E, and this may go back to the amendments to make sure that the issue was. But that's my clarifying question. Then we got this new document for the employees or in the administration, which was going back to your question here, because the numbers in your form budget form 4 did not reflect, but now it reflects here. So I hope you guys realize just how inconvenience this is for us to assist after 3 months, 3 weeks. And this is what I mean, this is what I tell our programs, that it's a waste of my time. Having to try and address these concerns that the veterans have, keeping a track of as far as their funding, but being supportive to the administration. So that I hope you recognize. Now, I just need clarity on exhibit E on this new document, because your vacancies, so far you have 8, and I wanna know which agency those 8 vacancies are that are listed in the document. So that's my first question. Then going to your veterans, the 3 million that was allocated. Now, I was under the impression, based on previous discussions, that that funding was actually going to be used to various different things, but it sounds, what it appears like now, this morning is basically going to the trust, going to contractual services as far as our auditor, and then the last one going to burial assistance, which is great, but can you clarify let's use, since I have this one up right now, Western Agency, in your 8,000 assistance for hardship, that's 350,000. Is that based on current numbers as Western Agency stands today, or are you going to reflect it with those that are reapplying? Because keep in mind, I'll hold my comment there until I hear the answer to that. The other thing is, if you have an impact statement, because I know there's a decrease in your budget from last fiscal year by a little over 600,000, and that was pulled from the president's office. So do you have an impact statement on how that is concerning? And then the last question I'll pose is based on your exhibit E by the law. I'm going to reference this one since it was dropped with legislation. You have a counselor position. Now, is that counselor's position established? And if it is, what's the official title and the salary? Thank you, Vice Chair.
I'm sure that one.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Hernandez, and I'll go ahead and, well, since you have a lot of, questions and you're asking for clarification, I'm gonna turn it right back over to, sponsor and your agents, so then that helps, for further clarification. So go ahead, Chair Davis.
Yeah, Donna, thank you for that, Vice Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. Donna, in regards to the unmet needs, I would just recommend that maybe we entertain the amendment, which would help you understand what happened here and corresponding to the actual legislation. So that I want to mention that first to you, and then second one that I'd like to also recommend to you guys is on the new exhibit E. On the new exhibit E that's in the binder, not on the legislation one, not the exhibit E on the legislation, but on the new one that needs amendment. That Veterans Administration, the very last one on unmet needs, that says 10/30/16 to 10/30/20, the very last one, to for each of the chapters receive 5,000. To all the 110 chapters. I recommend that you do a directive as a committee to get those budget forms done by the department by the end of today or by at least tomorrow before Budget and Finance meets tomorrow on this legislation. Because there's no budget forms. And that's how Budget and Finance Committee would also eventually address it before they want to see a budget. It should not be that difficult for the department to put all of the budgets in place for the 110 chapters. because this is the same dollar amount that we've been doing to all of the chapters for the past several years. So you should already have the wording and the information to get that information to OMB. So when OMB presents to Budget and Finance tomorrow, all be in there. But that would be a directive coming from you guys as the Health Education and Service Committee. Another question that you had, Honorable Dr. Nance, is in regards to the vacant position. So in the old one that we took out, it has this listing, the position listing. This is an older version. And so that was replaced by this, that was distributed out to you guys, or if you didn't have it in your binder, which is this one here. So on here, Honorable Dr. Nance, you asked about what agencies these vacant positions are. And so if you look like sort of in the middle of the column, it says work site at the top. And then there's a listing there and it's broken down by agency. So that will tell you which agency it's at. And then since we're on personnel positions, all the vacant positions, which was indicated by OMB, are also only budgeted at 1044 hours. So, and then the positions that are filled are budgeted at 2,088 hours. So that's for that one is. And then the rest of the question, I'll go ahead and refer it back over to the Director Baldwin and her staff.
Yes, I think you should solicit those questions with regards to the, why the 300,000 in the direct services amount. With the corrective action plan that we have based on our audit, what we are doing is we are going through each of the files with a fine tooth comb. What this also entails is realizing individuals who were paid out due to erroneous name spellings or the legal vital records they have on record, be that a driver's license, a social security card, a DD 214, a CIB. These documents do not have the same name spelling on each of them. Henceforth, that put our original count less than, a prime example is Eastern Agency. They took the biggest hit because the documentation was not in alignment with all the name spellings, all the dates of birth on each of those documents. So with the 300,000 or the 600,000 per agency in the general funds, this is gonna serve as a safety net for those veterans to still be a part of the financial assistance programs, because we're sure that those individuals, once they get their documents aligned and they're able to prove that their name spelling is all the same, and for us to meet our audit, our corrective action plan from our audit, we're gonna be able to meet those particular criteria as well, and most importantly, the needs of the veterans. Another question was the vacancies. We're pleased to announce that the VSO for Fort Defiance Agency that position has been filled, as well as the office assistant for Fort Defiance Agency as well. We are looking for the VSO, that's ongoing as an advertisement, but also a loan officer will be starting soon with the program. So we have a few positions that will be filled before the end of this fiscal year, leaving us with 5 vacant positions we'll be looking forward to filling. And then with your question with regards to the counselor, I'll have Ms. Roy answer that for you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Nance. So with the counselor, what we're imposing is one male counselor, one female counselor for each agency. So that would be 10 counselors, 2 per agency. And it would be at $21.12 per hour. Bringing it up to $44,098.06 per counselor. The plan of operations that we're imposing also is to, instead of just having one department, which is housing right now currently, we want to increase this to the sixth department, which is the housing department, the VA benefits department, the Veterans Trust Fund department, the loan, the mental health department, and the education department, so we can provide additional services to the veterans.
Okay, does that conclude your answers? Okay, as Chair James mentioned, that's something that I asked, Mr. Mayor understand earlier, but it would be best to entertain it and so that alleviate a lot of the confusion as well as their guidance to the appropriate documents. So if any, I believe the minutes are ready.
The event is A, B, and E, have sent to, I think it's really.
So exhibit A, B, and E. The amendments have been made and they're ready, so, let me go ahead and go back to follow up, while we're still on this conversation. Between Dr. Angus as well as Veteran Administration, and then after that, we'll entertain anyone who wants to offer those amendments. All right, go ahead, Dr. Angus.
So, thank you, so for the response. I had a question that was not answered, that was regarding the impact statement on the decrease that the resident gave the administration, which was a piece of almost 605,000, I would say. Well, the other question, thank you, Mr. Roy, for answering it. So it looks like you're going to utilize the existing class code 3802 counselor's position. So is that something that, because I support the position, that's why I'm asking the question, I supported the last fiscal year. So I'm just curious if you're going to make any modifications to the existing document or the existing what is it, the roles and responsibilities, or are you adopting it as it is? So that's a one follow-up question that I have. And then regarding the question on the vacancies, I appreciate it, the work site, great. And then okay, so the reason I was asking too on that was I know that that's a potential funds that can be utilized towards the needs, which is why I was asking. And then so now that they're 8, it's down to 5, so I'm gonna hold back on that one for a bit. And so once I get that clarifying question on the counselor and then on the impact statement, Vice Chair, I can motion to do that and if it's ready. But I do want to ask legal counsel, and I'm gonna try to be as clear as I can. So my concern that I've heard at various meetings is in the potential forthcoming directive regarding the 5,000 per CEO. Some of our chapters give our veterans a hard time to use that funding. They don't allow them to use it for certain gifts or certain awards. I've seen it used for shirts, jackets, banners, gift cards, you name it. But there unfortunately are certain CEOs that don't allow it to happen. One of the recommendations we got in, I want to ask Chair Parrish, but I think she said that. But if we can include like miscellaneous attached to gifts and awards, because some of our CEOs also need printers, they need paper, and I don't get this, but some of our chapters refrain from providing those additional items to them. And our chapters every year carry over a lot of money, some of these chapters over $1 million. But you can't use less than $100 to help your local CVS. I don't get that. And I'm very frank with these agency meetings that I've been at to inform them, if that's yours chapter, then let me know. And this is one of those things. So my question to legal counsel is, and I can wait till not be if needed, but can we give a legislative concern to a program, in this case, it's gonna be DCD, but they're not our oversight. And if it needs to wait till, here, as a comprehensive budget, I can do it then, but I just need clarification on that, thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Gotcha, and there's a couple more questions there, but, I guess I also wondered about that, and could that change, and again, it would be good to have share, fair share. But, I heard the same concerns with the, chapters, and I thought that, could that be changed, that we been implied was to not consider maybe, so anyway, that'll be pushed further, but I'll go ahead and hand it back to you, for our response to directly to Dr. Endiness, and then after that, I will, before I go to, I'm gonna go ahead and entertain this amendment. I will not approach. The. The duration.
Okay, Nana, thank you. In regards to the counselor position, and then your dollar amount of the chapters, I'll go ahead and refer that over to, division director or executive director, Bobby Ball.
Thank you, Nana. With regards to your question, with the impact statement, I do have an impact statement that I was working on. However, my computer decided to update right when I was halfway midpoint, but I will be able to get that. If that's still acceptable, I can get that to you today. With regards to the counselor position and the job description as far as what that will entail, I'll have Ms. Roy, Deputy Director Roy, answer that question.
So from my understanding, again, back to your question, the positions that we're imposing, are not directly onto our plan of operation, but we plan on updating our plan of operations. Going back to, meeting with OMB last week and, getting clarification on the, steps to update our plan of operation. Going back to, again, our oversight committee here, going through 164, going through OMB, OC, DOJ, and then getting a sponsor with an amendment, and then getting it to now. So the positions that, are on there should have been taken off during the, and then, should have been taken off during these, adjustments 5 years earlier. And that those are the positions that we were proposing. So with the modifications on the counselor, yes, they will be tailored toward the veterans for each agency.
And then one last thing with regards to the Fund 16, I do hear this a lot from each of our commanders and our veterans out there who would like to utilize their funding for the Fund 16 at the chapter level, the $5,000. And I think one of the things that would be beneficial would be to do a directive, a condition of appropriation for each of those at the chapter level. Because we hear of many of our veterans having to attend planning meetings, chapter meetings, getting it through their own CVOs with the supporting resolution to utilize those funds. I think a condition of appropriation would be best. And to have the veterans vote on that and just simply bring in their minutes or maybe a resolution explaining how they want to utilize those fundings. Thank you.
Does that conclude your answers, or thanks?
Yeah, Nana, Shadow Vice Chair, in regards to the Fund 16. This will go back to the directive that needs to be made by the committee. Again, in that directive, you can indicate what kind of wording or what kind of object code. If you look it up in the bin booklet, that should be part of the budget forms. And which would be budget form 4, I think it is the detailed budget. And is it budget form 4? And so in that detailed budget form, so each of the chapters, budget should be all the same. And if you want to use that miscellaneous, the object code, then you would make that directive to the department to put it in their budget form 4 to make it known as a miscellaneous. And then that way, that once the directive is done and they create the budget, it goes through the process through, us as legislators, it's signed into law, and then at that time, the department will share the budget form, the detailed budget form with each of the chapters. And then that way the chapters know and have some sort of document that's on file for them to use that funding, this 5,000, as miscellaneous. And they shouldn't be holding that back. That's the way the process would work, but, you know how some of our chapter, managers and CSCs are at the chapter level. But just as long as this budget form is given to the veterans organization at the local level, they should be able to utilize it however they would like to, because then the chapter would to save this for their audit reporting, and down the line. So 88, but that's the way I understand the process, but if I'm way off, let me know. That way I can work with my chapters, but that's the way I understand the process will be, for the chapters to work with the veterans. And if you guys wanna include the gifts, the awards, or whatever on there for this 5,000, then it should be specified in the detailed budget form 4 as well. So that's a directive that would be coming from you guys. Yeah, and then, last one, I got wording from Director Baldwin that there's gonna be no hiring for Q4 of this fiscal year. So that shouldn't change any of the numbers for you guys as well. So all of this vacant positions that are here will, the new hires will begin once this budget is in place. FYI for you guys as well. Regarding to your counselor position, documents. Thank you, that will complete.
A question, thank you for your names as well as your agents. So, Mr. McCarter Stamp, if you could just, maybe do some research or get some clarity on that $5,000 into adding miscellaneous, what that process would look like, that, if we could get some, clarification on that and some instruction. That would preferably somewhere before we end our session here, that would be good. So I'm gonna go ahead and, accept, Dr. Indy Nez's motion to make some amendments. And I believe you said that A, B, and E are ready. Are there more ready?
So, the officers of the council has provided the staff the amendments necessary to change, these things A, B, and E. I apologize for my allergies, that it's really hard for the allergies that I too. But at the same time, I will address your Dr. and this is question about the concept of legislative concerns and oversight. So it is my understanding that a legislative concern is how a committee has observed certain issues that might not only affect the department or division that they're oversight for, but how it extends beyond that. So at this point, as a observation, because it's not a directive, it's an observation that could be a point that could be useful for other committees or for a larger context. I think this concern would be an observation that could be useful moving forward as well. But then at the same time, when it comes to the chapters, I would also recommend that it be extended to the Department of Justice and the chapters division as to how they would recommend to be a part of this as well. So thank you very much.
Gushing. So with that, Dr. Indianez, I'll go ahead and go to you for an amendment.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So colleagues, I will propose amendment number 1 in the sentence follow to the end. And I assume you have it on your screen. staff can read that into recommendation.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the, Health Education and Human Services Committee, we have your, amendment 1 to legislation number 0175-25. And it reads, and I did email it to the members and staff. Amendment 1 is to delete line to, exhibit A or in exhibit A, fund type, budget summary. And that's business unit EU number K211546. It is, the last digit is 6. Veterans Housing Program, FY 2025 general fund budget in the amount of 50,000 or 50 million. Total, 12,521,878 And number 2 is to switch out exhibit A, fund type budget summary with new exhibit A prepared for this amendment. Then number 3 is to shift lines in exhibit B to shift lines from column D to E. Regarding the general fund comparison. And will be BU number 103015 Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, $1,246,097. And then BU 103016 General Fund Central Agency in the amount of 600,000. BU 103017 General Fund System Agency in the amount of 600,000. BU 103018 General Funds North Agency in the amount of 600,000. 1030 General Funds Western Agency 600,000. BU 903002 loan department in the amount of $8,000. BU 703125 Veterans Trust Fund for Port Finance Agency in the amount of $1,631,131. BU 703126 Veterans Trust Fund Western Agency in the amount of $1,602,295. BU 703127 Veterans Trust Fund Eastern Agency in the amount of $1,136,469. BU 703128 Veterans Trust Fund Marine Agency in the amount of $1,382,515. BU 703129 Veterans Trust Fund Central Agency in the amount of $1,357,189. BUN 01504 Veterans Trust Fund Housing Program in the amount of $5,793,794. The totaling amount is $18,157,490. And number 4 is to switch out B, exhibit B, general funds comparative summary with a new exhibit B prepared for this amendment. Number 5, modifications have been made to exhibit E, recommend unmet needs budget BU 103016 Veterans Administration in the amount of 550,000 has been removed. BU number 103015 Veterans Administration has been modified from 10 lines of submission to 8 lines of submission. And they are as follows: BU 103015 Veterans Administration $148,684 for mileage and rental. BU 103015 Veterans Administration in the amount of 12,000 for stipends and attending meetings. BU 103015 Veterans Administration $75,259 for supplies and equipment. BU 103015 Veterans Administration in the amount of 25,000 for event rentals. BU 103015 Veterans Administration in the amount of 25,200 for telephone and internet. EU 103015 Veterans Administration, in the amount of 24,000 for repairs, groundkeeping and security. EU 103015 Veterans Administration, in the amount of 63,000 for promotions and catering special events. EU 103015 Veterans Administration, in the amount of 650,000 for fleet vehicles. And the next item is 6, to switch out, exhibit E recommendations and, unmet needs budget with new exhibit E compared to this amendment. 7, the legislative advisor with the assistance of LLC will work with this department and other offices to update the exhibits and attach them to the legislation. 8, renumber and reletter, succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. The amendments receives inconsistent language. Any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment? And Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and those are the amendments that are being made. And so those are the changes that need to be made. Okay, so I'm trying to look for a certain one, did we miss that? I just need clarification. So on your original. Oh, yeah, well, okay, I'm just missing something right now. On your exhibit E, the original 103,016, that's only Chinley agency, but the new one is supposed to show that you're going to, because right now you're only doing 5,000, or you're doing that whole amount to it, because that's the business unit number for Chinley agency. But on the new one, it shows that you did include, you have business unit number 103016 through 103020. That I don't see that on the amendments. Am I missing that somewhere? Am I not seeing it? Should have sent it because all these ones should send. Yeah. So it's all the old.
She's not, you know what she's talking about, right? Because on the original, no, on the original legislation, the original legislation, what's attached, it only has 103016. And then this one over here, the new one that we switch out has 103016 to 103020, but she's saying that
Where does it say?
it should be on here too. This one only says it's switched out.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
So she's saying, do we make that, add that 103016 to 103020 under number 6, is what she's asking.
Yes, we do.
Recommendation.
Right here. So in this one, I'm trying to. 103022 already. Yeah.
Maybe, I think the attorney just did, just switch out existing here. So he's saying switch this out, so it's a bit extra, and this is going to be more. That's that,
Yeah,
I think that's how he has it.
okay.
So it's just, you know, whatever.
So it might be, you see that? 103016, 103020, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this has been revised, so.
You dropped this item on quality. Yeah, that's the quality check.
This, I have, I guess, over ranching.
You have the wrong sheet,
Okay, what's it like?
because I have the right one.
So that's what I'm saying, the amendment doesn't reflect this.
It's what, the amendment should be reflecting whatever binder he has.
And his form is not like this. But show. His form is not like this.
That's the amendment,
Yeah.
all right.
You have the old.
Give him that one.
I have the one. His, yours is like.
Yeah,
this.
that one was presented to him by O and B, so I figured it was all correct. That binder. But to me,
This is the, this old,
You had old and his new.
no, that's not, no, that's not new. This is the new one. This is the new one.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, this is the new one. That's the old one. That's the old
well, I really got that.
All of everything.
Committee, last year and Veterans Administration, can we get clarification on which is the correct form? Which one is correct? Is it the one that has the 10-30-16 to 10-30-20 business unit number and that's the last line? Or is it this other one where it only addresses 10-30-15? Which one is the correct form?
The correct form is the one that attorney has. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the one you have, the one with the little paragraph at the bottom.
Okay, the one, okay, that's the correct form. Okay, so that means our amendment is not correct.
It should be in there.
because O and B presented him with that binder and I figured it was correct.
He had the big ones. Remember, you were placing them all right there somewhere, I just got messed up.
Yeah. Replacing this one with this one. Yeah, it's not. Yes.
Okay. Let me go ahead and call for another recess, folks. We're gonna recess for another 30 minutes. 30 minutes, so we'll come back here to the committee at 1 p.m.
That's on the
I mean, I'll accept the whole 500,000 for Chimney, that's mine. I shouldn't have said it.
Yes.
I'm not
So,
paying them.
which one is the correct? This one?
Everybody else has the same language.
Everybody has
Okay, let's get back to our special budget meeting here. We need to get Sharon James back on this side, if we're gonna decide to do the executive branch here. Handling all the budget items right now. So let's go ahead and get back in the session here. Do we need to wait for Angie to get the documents? Okay. So it looks like we are waiting on Angie. The modification to the amendment is being sent to her, and then she'll get that to all of us, and we'll proceed with the next.
Sure. So some of these very the same. So I appreciate what the guy and
While we're waiting, Mr. MacArthur Stan, our legal, can you go ahead and explain, real briefly what we just did? Okay.
Okay, Delegate Jones on the line.
For those of you listening online, we are waiting for one of our staff members to come back, so she can disseminate modification documents to the amendment, so we can proceed. And we are waiting we'll turn the floor back over to Delegate Inez to make those changes, and then we will proceed with the vote, and then we will go back to questions and answers regarding the veterans budget.
Okay, so really quickly, then, I know that Mr. Collins will hold us rally, but I want to implement.
Our legislative council, Mr. MacArthur, stand to just give us a brief description of what just transpired and why we went into another 30-minute recess. So go ahead, Mr. Stan.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, each division or department. There needs to be legislation for that. And for each department, there are a number of exhibits. And what I had to do is that today, there has been changes in the original legislation exhibits. The exhibits that are being modified at this particular meeting has been Exhibit A, Exhibit B, and Exhibit E. Exhibit E, there were two different exhibits of Exhibit E that were introduced today to the committee. And there needed to be a verification of which exhibit the Veterans Administration wanted to have updated in the legislation that would be moving forward. And the first amendment that was drafted was with the exhibit that the Division of Veterans Administration did not want to have in the legislation. So that meant we need to go back and revise the draft to explain the changes from the original legislation to the new Exhibit E and how the Veterans Administration want that exhibit to look like moving forward with the legislation. And so that is what was done during that most recent recess. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Span, Otto, where is this promoted?
I have a question. Is the email that you sent right now? Is the one that?
Yes.
The one that, this is the one that's already, you can put.
Yes.
You're gonna send it out.
Thank you.
Did you want to get the, email? I believe we all have copies of the amendment at this time. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back over to Delegate Andy Nash. He is the one who made this amendment.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was just doing a quick comparison here. Okay, so colleagues, I'd like to modify my motion to reflect the latest amendment language that was provided to us with staff, if we can get that email. I know you provided us a hard copy, but just so that my colleagues also have it for the record. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Inez, for offering that modification. And can I have, staff read that modification into the record before we proceed with the vote?
Give me 2 minutes on those. So amendment number one. Line delete in exhibit A, fund type budget summary, BU number K 2115546 Veterans Housing Program. FY 2025 general fund budget in the amount of $50 million, changing FY 2025 general fund budget total to $12,521,878. Number two, switch out exhibit A, fund type budget summary with new exhibit A carried for this amendment. Number three, in exhibit B, shift lines from column B to E, general fund comprehensive summary. Business unit 103015, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, $1,246,097. Business unit 103016, general funds, central agency, $600,000. Business unit 103017, general funds, Eastern agency, $600,000. Business unit number 103018, general fund, Port Defiance agency, $600,000. Business unit 103019, general fund, Northern agency, $600,000. Business unit 103020, general fund, Western agency, $600,000. Business unit number 903002, loan department, $8,000. Business unit 7031125, Veterans Trust Fund, Port Defiance agency, $1,631,131. Business unit number 7033126, Veterans Trust Fund, Western Agency, $1,602,295. $1,602,295. Business unit number 7031127, Veterans Trust Fund, Eastern Agency, $1,136,469. Business unit number 7031128, Veterans Trust Fund, Northern Agency, $2,382,515. Business unit number 7031129, Veterans Trust Fund, Central Agency, $1,357,189. Business unit in 01504, Veterans Trust Fund Housing Program, $5,793,794, a total of $18,157,490. Number four, switch out exhibit B, general fund comprehensive summary with the new exhibit B preparing for this amendment. Prepared for this amendment. Number five, modifications have been made to exhibit E, recommendation unmet need budgets. Change amount of business unit number 103015, Veterans Administration from $427,345 to $389,471. Priority one funds to cover fringe benefits insurance for 29 staff. Delete line business unit number 103015, Veterans Administration, $3,869,019. Personal needs for administrative assistant, security guard. Administrative assistant 1, security guard 6, project managers 5, account maintenance special 7, accountant 7, construction and inspector 2, counselor 10, labor 1, program supervisor 6, and survey 5. Change business unit number from BU number 103016 to business unit 103016, 103017. 103018, 103019, 103020. Veterans Administration, $550,000 priority. 5,000 each, CVO at 110 chapter. Veterans Organization. Change the amount of the unmet need from the total of $5,668,364 to $1,761,471. Which exhibit D recommending unmet need budgets, was new exhibit B prepared for this amendment. The legislative advisor and the assistance from OLC will work with the department and other offices to update the exhibits and attach them to the legislation. Number 9, renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and the exhibits to implement the committee's intent. The amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be confirmed in this amendment. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And that is the modification that has been requested to the amendment that Dr. Inman asked for, so. I do have Dr. Indinas who has a question for clarification.
Thank you. Question. So on the new updated document that we received concerning the listing of positions and assignments by businesses, there's 28. On the proposed amendment, we have priority 1 points to cover fringe benefits and insurance for 29 staff. Mac, can you, or maybe Ms. Baldwin, clarify that, please? So on this new document that was provided to us, this here's there's 28 staff, but the amendment language is fringe benefits and insurance for 29 staff. So I can get clarity on this before we take a second.
Thank you for that, Dr. Indinas, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chair James and your agent, and as Chair James is stepped away, I'll go ahead and have this ball with you to answer that, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I will have Ms. Keller go ahead and answer that question.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Inman. With this exhibit E, it was reflecting on a temporary position on the form 3, but we've got a temporary position, so I went back to 28.
Another change again, in numbers, so 29. As you can see in the modification, it says states 29, but there really is 2 weeks. So we'll just change that number from 29 to 28.
Starting on staff, 28.
That's going on it from years that that's about probably that you for. We can just keep up those that where it was asked and just. I don't know what. Oh, yeah, you know, you're not it.
Yeah, so that modification was already sent. Okay, so 28. So that change has been made for the funds to cover fringe benefits and insurance. 20, so we've got motion, second, Sean. Ms. Helena is okay, and then do we have questions on this modification amendment? Mr. Toll, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, my little chair, thank I wanted to ask, before I speak to this amendment here, because our veterans are missing from a certain area. They wanted to know, well, let me talk about my Eastern. Eastern wanted to have us to utilize fiscal 25 budget. Can you tell us that how long it's gonna take, are we gonna go back and use fiscal year 25 budget for veterans? What process do we need to do? We need to explain that to our veterans. That would be my first question on this. If we don't set this budget for proposed budget, we can go back. I know Chair was talking about one time. Anyway, I'll do with that. Auto. This is a minute that I have a question and concern. I might disagree or agree. And Guru Avanchi, my friend in India, and so explain why Eastern Agency is less than before. What information, what tactics did you use to come out with the veterans count? You got it before reading them. So they've been bugging me for hours, I don't know. I believe other agencies are concerned too. They look at like Northern Veterans Trust Fund is 2.3 million. Why? It should, I know Northern has less growth there. So ADA is fault. The other one, what is your rationale behind security guards? And the agency are asking what is the rationale behind having a counselor. I know a lot of veterans are going to other areas to get sick, and I just especially in New Mexico, you get purpose for counselors. Are these counselors from the station at the office, or they can go out in the field? So my understanding, we still need to work on the plan operation. These are some of the questions that come from agency. Yeah. Sure. They don't think.
Question, yeah, Mr. Toll, Auto, Mr. Stanton, the question that Mr. Toll posed was, could we just go back and use the 2025 budgets to proceed, if you could answer that question, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Baldwin, our chair, please.
Okay.
In terms of which budget is being used, so it's, what I understand is it's determined by the bid and other documents that have been agreed upon by various governments, units of the tribe. So in terms of how it would be changed, I'm not aware in terms of a legal position to do that. The concept is using the bid and then the process that has the opposite president, the vice president, engaging their numbers and documents that go out to the rest of the division markets, and that's still but the question is like. So to us in terms of the process by the various agency for the donation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Stanton, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chair James and Director Mullen for the remaining questions that Mr. Toll has posed.
Thank you, Chair, members of Health, Education, Human Service Committee. I will go ahead and have the questions answered by Division Director Bobby Baldwin.
Thank you for your question. So with regards to the first question being towards the veterans count per the agencies. In the veterans policies as well as the legislations associated with the way funding is distributed, case in point, the CGA 02-18. And also it is referencing the laws within section CJY 4698, section 1172 with purpose. And then also the HEHSCN 16-20. And of course, our trust fund policy. In here, it clearly indicates that an individual is considered to be a part of the count if the individual has 4 documents on file. Number 1, the DD 214. Number 2, the certificate of Indian blood. Number 3 is a valid identification card. And number 4, social security card. Now, working with these documents, these legislations and these rules that we have to follow to ensure our veterans are being paid, we also have to keep in mind that there is an audit that it has a corrective action plan. In the audit that was conducted, there was a number of veterans who were paid out who did not meet the qualification standards. Therefore, what we've done is we've asked each of our agencies to go and physically review each file belonging to a participant, whether it be a veteran, a surviving spouse, or a Gold Star mother. In doing so, there's many errors that have come across. Number 1 being inconsistent name spellings, inconsistent dates of birth, DD 214s that are not verified or unverifiable because they're so old, as well as the fact there are a number of veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers who have not participated in the financial assistance program for a number of years, who have not updated their registration or have come into the office to ensure that their documentations are up to date. And per the policy, it is the veteran's responsibility to come into the office, their agency office, respective office, to update their documentation. As a means to help them meet these standards, what we've done is our team members in the agency offices have gone out to chapter veterans organization meetings, agency veterans organization meetings, and they are promoting and participating in helping veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers to ensure that their documentation is up to date and conducting on-site registrations to ensure they are able to participate in the financial assistance program. With regards to the counselor, I'll have Deputy Roy answer that question.
So in regards to the counselors, they will be in the agency offices, again, male counselors and female counselors, 2 per agency. This is to better serve the veterans at a local level and to increase the accessibility, faster response, and decrease in transportation barriers. Thank you.
The security guards.
Also, the security guards, 1 security guard per agency also.
Explains why we need them.
So the intent behind the security guards is the increased protection between the staff that are there. There's a issue and concern for the employees that some veterans are coming in with triggering PTSDs, and the staff are handling those PTSDs issues, but with a security guard being there to assist also.
Is that all for your responses? Okay, so I'm gonna go back to, Mr. Toll for follow-up.
Yeah, put that information out. Because I am not seeing where I found the operation, but not how to escape. I guess just really, that's gonna be used from that security door. I believe the security is gonna be there, 8 to 5, right? Yes, all right, I understand that, but also AI, in this station, that agency, they can be on, in the field, right? Okay. That's so, these information are probably from my veterans from outposts in that escape. You see, probably cheat out there. So you need to address those. Go out or select, so this was began after it was support system. And a lot of good information are coming from our agency. Conjure out of the housing. So I do some I support, some I don't. That's my reason. There's a lot of vacancy hasn't been fulfilled. So how can we get these people on board? So especially counselor. How much we pay $21 some legal document. That's so yeah. And I think a lot is just make my decision. Vote comes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toll. Committee members, do I have any additional questions or comments on the amendments and the modifications that were made? That's on 9, okay. So let me go ahead and, Mr. Toll, would you like response to your, mainly my comments, but just comment, okay. So if there are no other questions and comments, to the modification, to the amendments, and to the amendment itself, we'll go ahead and proceed with the vote. Go ahead.
Honorable Helena Nespigay, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Helena Nespigay votes green. Honorable Vincent James, how do you vote? Honorable Vincent James votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable George Toast, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable George Toast votes red. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. And Vice Chair, you have 4 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstained. The legislation passed.
Not the amendment.
I'm sorry, amendment. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you for that. Amendment there passes, so, now we can, so the documents are now the official documents here in the binder for that amendment, so. We'll go ahead and proceed with, the rest, reviewing the budget at this point, so, committee members, questions on the, we'll continue on the budget. That's when I don't have any more questions. Dr. Inez.
Thank you. This question will go to Ms. Baldwin. So on the vacancies, the 5 additional vacancies, considering the update from the 8 that was initially allocated. Are those vacancies crucial at this time? And depending on what answer you provided, you can just provide a little rationale for the question.
Question, and then. I don't see any other hands up, but let me go ahead and give it back to you, Chair Jameson, your agent, for a response.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the last vote to the amendment committee members. We do have another issue concerning of children nursing homes, so that's what I was on the call with. Wednesday, we'll be having another meeting with attorneys, if you'd like to join virtually. So pertaining to question, I'll go ahead, and have Honorable Dr. Nez's question referred to, Division Director, Executive Director Bobby Ball. Additional title, nice title.
Thank you for that, you know that, out of that, it's a good question. Madam Vice Chair, thank you for this time. With regards to the positions, I want to share a little bit of information about the ratio of the number of people our team members assist. Currently, we have over 8,000 veterans assisting, getting assistance from our team members, our employees. And when we talk about a veteran service officer, that is very crucial, especially when we have a high number of Vietnam veterans who are unaware of the benefits that are afforded to them or don't feel like they are entitled to such benefits. So giving that education and helping each of these individuals to come to the realization this is a means to help aid them to be better, to get healthier, to help, in a sense, try to make them whole. And I know we have that in our own traditional cultural teaching, is when harm is done, we have to make our amends, to try to make someone whole. So with regards to our VSOs, I find that they are very crucial. And quite oftentimes, when a veteran is going into the office, and I speak from experience from being a VSO, is speaking with a veteran and getting down to some of the information that is required to proceed with a claim is somewhat of a counseling session in itself. And where the veteran makes these realizations along with the veteran service officer, but it also allows as a certain type of outlet for these conversations to happen and for them to realize that this type of compensation is indeed something that is deserving for them. So that's a key point with our veteran service officers, and I do find that they are very crucial. And they wear multiple hats when they're doing this job, not only be a financier, a counselor, a investigator, a referralist, somewhat of a social worker, but also being that encouraging person to the veteran. Next, as far as a vacancy, is also our accounts maintenance specialist. Some data will be coming forth to you, but usually in the first quarter, or primarily in the first month of the fiscal year, which is October, we have our accounts maintenance specialist touching over 800 documents per agency to process these payments. And the role that they play is very crucial because that's one of the final steps before the payment request is submitted via FMIS to the Office of the Controller to ensure that the quality assurance is there, the finances are there, the lack of error is not present in the documentation so that these payments can process through more smoothly. And I think that our AMSs our account maintenance specialists have done a very good job within this past fiscal year because they did do a high volume of work. And in doing so, we had very few complaints about the amount of time it's taken for people to get paid. The loan officer, that particular position, we do have a member coming on board, but with the senior office specialist, we try to maintain the fact that we don't want to be an administration that is very top heavy, and we would rather work with just a skeleton crew. So the senior office specialist is someone that is very crucial because that person will assist with the budgeting aspects of the endeavor that we're enduring now, like the budget sessions, as well as maintaining the accountability within the financial realm of the administration. So that's a bit of a rundown on the vacant positions. I believe there's 2 VSOs and 2 AMSs and 1 loan officer, or 1 senior office specialist. Okay, I should say.
Thank you for your response. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to committee members. Do we have any follow-up? Dr. Inez or any other members of the HES committee? Do you have I have Ms. Helena Inez, Shannon, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just have a question on your, to the accounts paying specialist. you just said they get 800 documents or 8%. And they're the only one that goes through all those documents. I reached out.
I can explain that.
Okay, so, Avery did. You know, the specialist. You only have one per agency that does all of that documents. Or, and then we just move it up on the next position. Okay, that's what my question was, and I was, kind of like. The 31,000 and that's a lot of documents. And, if, I don't know if you could should give them a little bit of increase for that, because they're probably the one that probably goes out in the field sometimes, sitting out there. And sometimes they'll probably need to stay after hours to kind of complete their documents that and a lot of, I always say a lot of our elders wouldn't have transportation. So, you know, this person, this position is very, we need and really what we need for our agency so they can be with some of these documents to do this. They should, or the state of levels, they are ready, so, an increase in pay. And the office should be on Juliet, it's like 31,000, sounds so low. With the way the cost of living is right now. Thank you, okay, what to see if we can.
Publishing, as Selena and as Brigade for your question, and I'll just go ahead and hand it over to Chair James of your agent to respond to our delegate.
All right, again, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And with that, I'll go ahead and refer the question over to Executive Director, Ms. Barbara Ball.
Honorable Helena Nisbet for your statement. To give a little bit more explanation on the AMS, the account maintenance specialist position, you are correct. They do a vast amount of the work, a lot of attention to detail, a lot of tedious work in processing each of these payments. The first and foremost person who receives the documentation is of course the office assistant. And this is where the AMS, the office assistant and the office specialist at each agency have to cross-train and learn each other's jobs. So if the AMS is not there, the OS or the OA will have to be able to pick up that skill to ensure that the payments continue. Because we try to stick to a 3-day turnaround period from the time the request for financial assistance document hits our office. We do our best to make sure that it leaves our office within 3 days, 3 business days. And that's very important when it comes to the wait time, that from when the veteran applies to when their check hits the mail and they're able to utilize those funds for what is needed. And I am in agreement with the fact that the account maintenance specialists do need a salary increase. And I think that with this day and age, it's very difficult for anyone on Navajo to be able to survive with a family, 31,000. So I do appreciate that sentiment and really taking that into consideration for our employees can have.
Thank you for that, Ms. Baldwin. Committee members, do you have any follow-up? Shanda, and then Delegate Yanito, Mr. Toll, do we have any questions, additional questions to the budget? Mr. Toll, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, again. Just to make the recommendation. So. You have some funds for catering. Is that for the administration only or is it the one by agency? We they are using as in certain places there's always mismanagement. Even nourishment, I know I'm trying to find out the amount that you can get for catering. immediately option, you know, I say, all the five agencies. Like is that administration? Thank you.
Coach Shane, Mr. Tolton, there's a question regarding catering. Yeah, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to, Chair James as well as your agent.
Thank you again, for that question, Shikha. I'll go ahead and refer it over to, my agent. Thank you.
I don't care how honorable told, with regards to the request for catering in the unmet needs. Request for 25,000. The Veterans Administration is. Their budget covers, the 10/30/15 budget covers all five agencies. So when we participate in stand downs or when we provide the Memorial Day activities, Veterans Day activities, Women Veterans Day Recognition Day, all of these, we do our best to be as hospitable as possible. And not only with that, but also trying to help out at the agency level, most recently Eastern Agency, and providing those catering services to the commanders and the veterans who were in attendance. That is where that funding comes from, is from the operations account. So this is not necessarily catering for employees of the administration. It is catering to the veterans out there for their services that they're attending, whether it be a stand down, an agency meeting, a day of recognition, a day of remembrance. Those are what those line items are for. Yeah.
Question. Those have, that's been nine, any other follow-ups? I'm not getting a whole lot, Dr. Inez, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The issue of last directive, I just one language, I just, because I know you reviewed it already, but I'd like to make a motion that is time to issue that directive. And I'll send it to staff and like here in about 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Inez. So we do have a directive coming up here. And we will go ahead and have as soon as Mr. Stamp receives it. I'll go ahead and get it out and we'll read it into the record, directive Adiala. So do we have, I don't know, other committee members have any other directives? Go ahead, Dr.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair, so colleagues, earlier I did mention my concerns regarding the funds that go into the chapters 16 account. So this directive is asking the navigation veterans administration to prepare the applicable budget forms to reflect their proposed unmet need of 550,000, which is listed in our adopted amendment that we did just moments ago, and that's their priority 5,000 to each CBO at 110 chapter veteran organizations. And so those budgets shall include gifts and awards, which is level of detail 7, object code 7140, and supplies, level of detail 4, object codes 4120, 4210, and 4420. This will allow our CBOs to not only use their funds on gifts and awards, but what I've been hearing as I go around each of our agencies is utilize funds that also supports their EE office supplies, printers, computers, ink, cartridges, etc. And so allowing those supplies to be included in there will allow them to utilize those funds. And then there's just an additional language to help making sure that the ANVA is also increasing their presence to help with registration. I, for one, have seen our CBO for finance, but I think just based on my observation, there needs to be a little more guidance and help. What the ANVA did, the representative at the time was just give out the documents, but they need help filling out those documents. And that's why we enjoy attending our CBO as well, so that we can provide that additional help. But with the directed language, that's just ensuring that there's that level of presence that's the increase from A to B. So Vice Chair, that's my motion at this time, and it appears that it's been forwarded to our team at 152. Thank you.
Question. All right, it's, do you have a question for Selena? Let me go ahead and go to some delegate, and then get your question. Hold on, John, hold on, let's go to motion. Motion for the directive, Dr. Andy, I'm sorry, you, who? Okay,
You need a second.
I'm not hearing, can't see. You did do the amendment, okay, so second, Mr. Toll. We'll go ahead and, Mr. Toll was second, and now we go to the next meeting.
Oh, I have a question on what, you just said on your amendment. About printers and all of that. We're gonna spend money on these machines and all of that, and is sometimes people get something valuable with these and then they want to see with it. Being like, I just do anything that we can attach to the amendment to say, you know, that this is for veterans use only. That way, you know, where are they gonna store that? I mean, I've seen people say, oh, I got it was stolen, somebody me that. So sometimes you think that they're just taking that facility to get that stuff for themselves. So that's something that we probably just need to really, just add on to you. Thank you, Sarah.
Question, Ms. Selena, I'll go ahead and turn it over to, Dr. Andy for a response.
Thank you, Sean, for flagging that. So I don't mind modifying it. What I'm gonna do, because right now there is a system already in place, meaning purchases that come from the navigation funds. You run it through property, we get it tagged, we get it inventory, etc. And so what I can do here is include a language after 44.3 parentheses period, is to I have to think about the language real quick, but it basically follow the
Property.
applicable navigation laws to ensure proper tagging. That's what I mean, I just need a few minutes to kind of figure out, unless Stan, Maggie has something already. Because currently that's, if I were to buy this microphone, I have to be able to make sure that it's tagged and everything and is yeah, thank you.
I'll go ahead, Mr. Dan.
There are many ways that it can be worded, but yeah, just the concept of, following a purchasing regulation or donation. And is the property of the veterans administration. To further the purposes of that conversation. Again, it's something of that nature, I think, like, not as happy right now. Sorry. We've done a lot of things to the exhibits, and so it was brought to my attention, and so I'm going to bring to the attention of the division of the Department of Veterans Administration on Exhibit A and Exhibit B. It's under business unit number 703126, which is Western Agency. And there's a small discrepancy between Exhibit A and Exhibit B. In Exhibit A, the fiduciary fund and total for Western Agency is $1,602,958. And exhibit E.
Mr. Stan, can I go ahead and stop you there for a minute?
Okay.
We were in the middle of,
I apologize.
questions and answers on Dr. Inez's directive. So if we can get that language fixed first, so that, Dr. Inez, you have the language. Figure it out. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, colleagues, after the 41st week, we, any items purchased shall follow all of the regulation laws to ensure it remains with an obligation and each is chapter. That is now. Okay, okay, with that, colleagues, I modified the existing directive, so that's the language there. Thank you, Vice Chair.
The modification made to include, delegate Inez is concerned with the property and that it be taken care of and available. And to be, to be taken care of. So, Mr. Tolt, question on
Recommendation that, that could also, Chadwell was saying that indirect costs are more. Listen to, something, your money that comes from the nation to the veterans, so say, you know, indirect costs, so you want some money to, you know, administrative, so that should be included also. So we won't use, the checker will not use this as indirect costs to the KPI. So that should be also in there. Can you put that in for me? Sure.
There's been a request to modify the directive to, that's a chapter to not charging indirect costs. So are you agreeable to that, Dr. Inez? Okay, so you'll argue that language in okay. We're adding language to the directive. So that's about nine, those any other comments, questions on the directive? And if not, we'll let me know or, go ahead. Okay, so we do have the directive here and has it been sent out?
I can read it.
Okay. Okay, Chair James, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of, HESI Committee. All right, I don't know how to say this nice and respectful way, but I know what Budget and Finance has been doing is that on the unmet needs, under your directive, under your unmet needs, that one that we approved for the 28 staff, the fringe benefit, that dollar amount needs to be updated. And so that means, when we say updated, that means we need to go into most likely administration 10/30/15. And then that dollar amount that's there for supplies, like they only have 217,000. So we would need to make that part of your directive to have Veterans Administration go back and update it to where we don't have the fringe benefit under the unmet needs. And so that means we're gonna have to, that means your directive is going to have to go back to veterans. And they're gonna have to start pulling from operation. Funds that they've set aside under operation, in this case is like that supply stuff. Meaning they won't have no money for supplies. Because they have to fund this $389,000 to cover their employees and their employees that are in their current position. So your directive, my request to you is to also put that in your directive, to have them prepare that tonight, I guess, at this point, because Budget and Finance is meeting tomorrow on this legislation. And then whatever the difference is, they're gonna have to look at the other budgets and see if there's any other operating costs that will equal out to the $389,471 for their staff that are currently in the positions. So I just wanted to share that directive with you, and if you can add that on in there. Other than that, if we don't address it here, then Budget and Finance will eventually do that, and then at that time, their amendments, they will do it in their amendments. But then veterans won't have a say so at that point. So in your directive right now gives them a chance to figure out how they're gonna cover that $389,000. So Eddie, yeah. Thank you.
So, committee members, it appears that we're gonna have to entertain another recess.
Just a directive.
Okay, so you have
Directive to add
the,
on to documents.
okay, so Dr. Nez does have the, amendment to the, or change to add on to the directive. Go ahead, Dr. Nez.
Okay, colleagues, I'm gonna read the directive. That includes transition also, and once it's good, I can send it out, so that maybe you can just read it as but it says the Nomination Veterans Administration, NNBA, shall prepare all applicable budget forms to reflect their proposed plan of $550,000 for implementation, priority 1, 5,000 to each CEO at 100 to the county veterans organization. The 2026 proposed budget shall include gifts and awards, LOD, LOL. Level of detail 7, object code 7140, and supplies, level of detail 4, object codes 4120, 4210, 4420. Chapter shall not use funds for any indirect costs, and funds should remain specific to those outlined in the Veterans Trust Fund under Fund 16. Excuse me, no, not trust. Veterans under Fund 16. Any items purchased shall follow all of the information laws to ensure the property remains within that nation. The NNBA shall also continue to increase their presence to help with registration of veterans, surviving spouse, and Gold Star members. Additionally, the NNBA shall update their respective budget funds to reflect their new personnel features. That's true. But we'll have an official meeting if anything, but that's kind of what I've gathered at this point. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inez, and just that last sentence, I guess, I just wanna make sure that it is understandable to the Veterans Administration as well as legally sufficient. That's for in terms of instruction to the Veterans Administration. Okay, and it is in the email, so you will take a look.
And someone I sent this little. And she can explain it. Very simple.
Yes.
From a legal perspective, the addition, is
But it is legally sufficient. Now, Mr. Span, okay, so. We got a motion and a second for that directive. Are there any other questions, comments on that directive? And Mr. Stan, does see as legally sufficient? But that's one I don't get. If there are no other questions, comments, I'm gonna go ahead and, go to a vote on this directive. And then Mr. Stan, I'll go ahead and come back to you to the other issues you had identified. Shane, so, Ms. Karen, if you could go ahead and do roll call discussion
What I heard in the others.
to the directive.
Roll call for directive. Honorable Helena Nesbitt, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbitt. Honorable Dr. Andy how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy votes green. Honorable Vincent James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vincent James votes green. Honorable, George Toth, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Tracy Nico, how do you vote? Honorable Tracy Nico votes green. Madam Vice Chair, you have 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 not voting. The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to, Mr. Stan for some of the other discrepancies that were found.
Thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Just really quickly, I'll touch on the point of exhibit A and exhibit C.
Next time. Did you
The
guys,
SKU number
did you guys fix this last?
703129, federal agency.
We
There
fixed this
is
last
a
Friday.
discrepancy of $659.
And it's already in this budget here. And we need to delete this
Exhibit A.
under unmet needs.
And so just one of those, that was more like a clerical error than anything else.
It won't be to true errors.
So the difference, are you talking about the difference between 825 and 54 and 1,357,000?
Yeah, the concept is on A, it's 1,600,000. 1,602,954 and exhibit B. It's 1,602,000.
So just you.
295. Exhibit A has it 254.
Yeah.
Exhibit B has it 295. For election agency. All the other values match. And the total there is.
Yeah, I changed that.
So if we can make this one, that means this is.
Yeah.
I need to probably have this and delete it.
We'll put the minutes in.
Yeah. Okay, you can see where we're talking about.
Budget. Needs to. Already redone. The last day.
So the idea is if it's a clerical error, which one is correct? A or B, and then if there is one that needs to be changed, I can quickly make that change out of the permit.
This is the only one that needs to be.
Let's go ahead and go to another, 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, which one? 10 minutes. He said.
Get it.
We'll come back at, 2:42. Please get the number correct.
We have it.
I can check that.
7307. Email address bbaldwin@navajo-innocent.co. Part two funding source is general funds, fiscal term, fiscal year 26, amount $1,246,097, percent of total 100. Part three budget summary, 2001 personnel expense, fund type 1, approval original budget $1,392,471, proposed budget $1,205,623, 3,000 travel expenses, fund type 1. Original budget $181,846, proposed budget 0. Difference is negative $181,846. Line item 3,500 median expense, fund type 1, original budget 10,000, proposed budget 0. Difference negative 10,000, 4,000 supplies, fund type 1, original budget $103,928, proposed budget $40,474. Difference negative 63,454. Line item 5,000 lease and rental, fund type 1, 12,000, original budget $12,084, proposed budget 0. Difference negative $12,084. Line item 5,500 communications and utilities, fund type 1, proposed, original budget 67,600, proposed budget 0. Difference negative 67,600. 6,000 repairs and maintenance, fund type 1, original budget 14,485, proposed budget 0. Difference negative 14,485. 6,500, line items, contractual services, 7,000 special transaction, fund type 1, original budget 11,494, proposed budget 0. Difference negative 11,494. Line item 8,000, public assistance 000, capital outlay 9,000, line item, fund type 1, original budget 38,573, proposed budget 0. Difference negative 38,573. 9,500 mapping funds line items 000, indirect costs 000, total $1,832,481 is the original budget. The proposed budget is $1,246,097. Difference is negative $586,384. Part 4, positions and vehicles, positions budgeted 28, column D, column E 28. Total number of vehicles budgeted for, column D 8, column E 8. Submitted by Bobby and Baldwin, approved by Chief of Staff as teacher. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So now. Got me confused with it. So Chair James, earlier when you came over to talk to Mr. Stan, you had mentioned that, to cover, so business unit number 103015 under unmet needs had already been taken care of, and that was already reflected in the personnel expenses. So there was a possibility just to cross that out from the unmet needs. But then they're providing this to us again, so what happened there? What happened?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So earlier I did indicate as in the directive that the department will need to find that $389,471. Not knowing that OMB had already instructed the staff last Thursday to make that correction. So this Department of Veterans staff made that correction already, which is this one that we just received. So they made those adjustments already, so it covers that $389,471. So with that, it don't need to be under unmet needs, and it just needs to be deleted. And then the dollar amount at the bottom will eventually be less as well. So that shows that the budget and finance that we did take care of covering all our staff that are currently occupying a position. And then there's funding that has been set aside for those individuals.
Okay,
So the supplies, as you can see in here on this new document. The new dollar amount for the supplies under the proposed budget is 40,000. So the adjustment has already been done there compared to the one that's in our binder. The supplies is at 217,000. So they already make the adjustments. I'm looking at business unit number 103015, which is in our binder. That budget summary, if you look at column B, it has 217,000.
my column B is 27,741.
So, yeah, so at this point, I'm just showing you and telling you that this 389,000 has been covered and fixed. It has been corrected.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna update again, further amend 0103-015 to include this new, the one you just gave out. This will be the correct one.
Yeah, this is just the correct one, showing you the numbers, but we don't need to do an amendment on this one. Because it's not part of the original legislation.
Yeah.
The only thing that's part of the original legislation is this one, and that's where I'm asking to delete that unmet need of that 389,471.
Okay. So then there will be two amendments that need to be made. One will be to delete the unmet needs funds to cover fringe benefits and insurance for 29 staff. The second one was you were going to get the correction to the Western Agency dollar amount and the little discrepancy, which number is the correct number? So there was a difference between 1,602,954 on exhibit A, and on exhibit B, you had 1,602,295. So which is it, 954 or 295?
295.
295. And did you already correct exhibit H form to reflect that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and you have it?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Stan is working on that, amendment at this time. 295 is the correct number.
It's been corrected.
Don't see my. Oh, yeah. So I will tell you, Mr. Stan, very nice. I appreciate that. There's a very nice. Feed them some grapes. You need to feed them some grapes. You can borrow my book. Yeah, I have more. Just okay. Okay, no, nice. Yeah, so I'll do that in a minute. Oh, I'll get holding the next week, we're going on to that. It's part of it, we will do that. Well, kind of, yeah. Well, you can do it. Minutes. I'll read it. Yes. We're still in the HES committee meeting and we're waiting for 2 amendments that need to be into the budget, so. Let me know when it's ready. I'm emailed it to. Okay, so it has been emailed.
This is another thing too that.
I can see what you're saying. Yes.
So then you make this.
Yeah,
Mr. Stan, did you add on to the other amendments? Okay, there I see it is. For some reason that was this one. I see. Okay.
We're happy to be closer to change from August for.
And then you delegate that on the amendment.
Yes.
Amber.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Fan, and the amendment has been sent out to everyone, so I just reviewed it. And it looks, it reflects the changes that need to be made. I do need a committee member to motion to make those amendments. And it's a motion by Miss Helena Nesbitt, Adolfo second, Mr. Yanito, we have a second there. And Miss Denali, could you go ahead and just read those modifications that were made with the second amendment? Just the modification.
So, one of the one. Change the
I think MacArthur, if there's a way, because I know you should the whole one full we added to the other document, but there was a way just to do just this second amendment separately, but that would be a little bit easier.
Well,
But that's how this. Sure, and I understand that, so I did send this, and then the staff, they decided to make it a second amendment following, so they're asking at that.
What? What's that?
Yeah,
Okay, I misspoke, please accept what I just said. Yes, so, if I need to, I can make it a second then.
okay. Well, I'll go ahead and go to Dr. Eddie next.
Okay, so maybe this is where maybe a suggestion is to meet with Madam Doctor, because you're confusing us. And we get more paper and I say where it's paper, but Deliberation also read it. What should have happened was basically the strike and language. That's it. And then the second one was regarding that clarification with Western. That's all should have happened. But what we have here is an entirely what appears not to be a new amendment. It was already approved, but it's we're reintroducing, so I'm going through it, asking myself why we have to redo it again when there was just two items to address. And again, that's wasting our time. Wasting my time. I'll speak for myself. When it should have just been the two items that were clearly stated. So I don't know how the committee can. Whatever your recommendations are, that we can make things clearer. And maybe there's just like those communication gaps that we can help fulfill, so chair, that would be my recommendation, maybe after our next meeting. Next meeting like in minutes, after that regular meeting. Like, yeah, it's should just have been straightforward. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Tolton.
Ladies and son. Shekana China, yo, Shin care the fruit. The super Nessa Yoka, Taylor, Okorosata, and the artist Kado and what is father good time was and the got out of the or you must dissolve.
Question, so if we could get just the two items that need to be amended, just those two, send those out. So that we're clear and understanding.
I appreciate the committee, I understand much better now, I was going to just exactly what you said, maybe I seen her, so I apologize, that's my mistake. So. Yeah, so I just said when you're a second of them, I said something.
Okay, are we ready with the amendments? Want to say I really appreciate my committee members for all the energy they're putting into their level of patience. We're very, very, very tolerant, so I appreciate that. It's time frame.
You were very missed, Dr. Nails.
Yesterday, I told the lady.
an amendment, and those are specific to the change, so it's a little easier to read, but I do have, I would recognize, Dr. Engineers right now.
Chrissy, yeah, so I would like to request a motion parties to modify your motion to include amendment number 2, the update that's been sent to us at 2:59 PM. You can modify your motion to reflect what's been shared by staff.
Did you say at 2:59? And. The one Angie just sent, right, through, is that what you're talking about?
That's the order, you just have to mute it.
Okay, go ahead, it's 9, if you can put that into the record.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, there's an application to the Services Committee. You have your legislation number 0175-25, Amendment 2. And number 1, in Exhibit A, change business unit number 7031.6, that is trust fund, Western agency, how long sharing fund, and total from $1,602,954 to $1,602,294. Change FY 2025. Increases. General fund budget total to $12,525,878. Fiduciary fund total to $13,903,393. And the total to $18,157,490. 2 is a switch out Exhibit A. Fund type budget summary with a new Exhibit A prepared for this amendment. 3, the legislative advisor with assistance of OLC will work with the department and the other offices to update the exhibits and attach them to the illustration. 4, renumber and read letters exceeding paragraph sections of exhibits if necessary and appropriate balance for legislative services and the legislative council for authorizing the technical edits in this legislation and exhibits to implement the minutes intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments for which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, and that's, a reflection of all the numbers that changed, but I also did, hear Angie catch, fiscal year 2025, that's 2026, I believe. And then also, the other amendment that needed to be made was from the unmet needs budget. 103015 that needed to be also deleted.
Okay, I don't know if I'm really is it the phone one?
You have to spell yours for each of these. Because we're moving on it. No. Alright. And then how do you wanna do with this? Do you wanna add or leave this only? So doing 10:30, 1800. Okay, you already did that, so I should do that, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and have Ms. Finale reread again the modification.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health Education Committee, specifically the Active Legislation 01745 and amendment 2 in Exhibit A change. This is unit number 703125, the Veterans Trust Fund, Western Agency Fiduciary Fund, and the total from 1,000,000 to 602,954 to $1,602,295. Change FY 2026 general fund budget total to $12,521,878. Fiduciary fund total to $13,903,393, and the total to $18,157,490. Switch out exhibit B fund type budget summary and a new exhibit A prepared for this amendment. Number 3, modifications that have been made to exhibit E, recommendations unmet needs budget. Delete business unit number 103015, Veterans Administration from 389,471 priority 1 fund to cover fringe benefits and insurance for 29 staff. And change the amount of the unmet need total from $5,668,364 to $1,372,000. And then number 4 is the legislative advisory assistance of all students that work with the department and other offices to update the exhibits and attachment to the legislation. By renumber and reletter succeeding paragraphs, except sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate for Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Council are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. The amendments exceeds and consistent language and any other amendments. Language shall be conformed to this amendment. On that, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, and there you have the modifications to that second amendment. So we have our motion and our second, Sean, I go, is everyone good with the language, and it fixes where we need it fixed. So I don't see any hands up, we'll go ahead and vote on the second amendment.
Honorable Helena Nesbitt, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbitt votes 3. Honorable Vincent James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vincent James votes 3. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes 3. Honorable George Tuck, how do you vote? 3. Honorable George Tuck votes 3. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote?
Oh.
Honorable George, Curtis Unito votes 3. Madam Vice Chair, you have 5 members in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstain. Amendment number 2 passes.
Bushing, so that takes care of amendment number 2, and the changes made let's go ahead and go back to the budget. Any more questions, comments on this? Veterans budget, committee members? I don't see any hands up. And then on nine, no more amendments that need to be made at this time. So if we are done discussing this budget and you're ready to go to vote on this budget, we can go there. Abby, I got. Good, okay, going once, going twice, and gone. We'll go ahead and go to a vote to either approve or disapprove this budget.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Honorable Helena Nez, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Helena Nez votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Vince R. James, how do you vote? Green.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince R. James votes green. Honorable George Coe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable George Coe votes green. Honorable Curtis Benito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Benito votes green. Madam Vice Chair, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstained, which is yourself. Main motion for legislation 075 passes.
Thank you very much, committee members, for your time, attention, and cooperation. So that takes care of our new business. And then we go ahead and proceed to close the meeting, but we do have announcements listed there. Ms. Finale, if you can read those announcements for us, please.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health Association, and the Nurses Committee. Number 8 is on Monday, 28/2025 at 3 p.m. That has a regular meeting. There's a special meeting because of the time change in the budget finance conference and we're all going to be shared from that. And has another scheduled regular meeting on Monday, August 11th, 2025 at 10 a.m. and also a regular meeting on August 28th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Also on Monday, and also on Monday, August 26th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Has a regular meeting on the
Question, yeah, and then, do we have any more announcements before we conclude this meeting? Going once, going twice, there are no other announcements, and we will go ahead and proceed with adjournment. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion, Ms. Selena Nesbitt is our motioning party, and we don't have a second. Mr. Nito will be our second, and we can go ahead and proceed with the vote. Mr. Nito. Then we can proceed with the vote, please.
Honorable Helena Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez votes green. Honorable Vince R. James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince R. James, how do you vote?
I'm sorry. Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince R. James, green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable George Coe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable George Coe votes green. Honorable Curtis Benito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Benito votes green. Madam Vice Chair, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstained. Yourself. Motion to adjourn passes.
Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned. We have another meeting at 3. 15 minutes to go. So committee members, would you like to take maybe a 10-minute recess before we begin our second, or you want to go ahead and get started?
Set back up.
Okay, so they're gonna, so recess for 10 minutes. We'll go ahead and recess for 10 minutes while our staffers set up for our second meeting, so the Shane Magoni. Recess for 10 minutes. $325, we shall convene and enter second half of our meeting.
And staff, this is Delegate Cardi. I just want to state for the record, I've been on the call. Thank you.